Well, good evening everybody, and thank you very much Aaron, or is it Aaron? No, that's like Aaron's spelling. Aaron, I'm going to call you Aaron. Thank you very much for that super chat. Excellent, that just paid for my coffee. Okay, so it was a coffee out the Keurig machine, but still, paid for 2 coffees, paid for the next one as well. So generally, when I start talking face to face, everything goes wrong, but everything's gone wrong already, so what the hell, we'll get on with it. Yes, that's, you know, not that I'm pushing anyone, but that's only the second super chat I've ever had. That shows how generous these people are. Not like the likes of Tim and Cody, bunch of users. I can shut up again if you like, Tim. Remember, there's a 20-second delay between what I see in the chat and when I respond. Actually, that would make it more of a 40-second delay by the time you hear my response. So be patient if you ask me a question. That's why I was just using chat, to be honest, because it's more instant than this voice nonsense. But I'm here now, so welcome, I suppose. I seem to have lost 10 people since I put my ugly mug on it. Oh well. I'll just enjoy my coffee and shut the hell up. I have too many trains. I'm looking about my shelves. You can look about my shelves as well. So, and I've still got some in boxes. And I've got all them. And I've got boxes of passenger cars and just, sorry, this is probably making you throw. I've got too many. Not that I'm giving them away, but I think I went a bit overboard. This is because I'm not sticking to any specific road line, rail line company, you know what I'm saying. I'm just trying a bit of everything. Not even ran any of the Brit trains tonight. Maybe hook up my lovely Bachman branch line with some of those HST coaches just for a laugh. I really tried to get some 00 scale coaches to go with this, or anything really, at the train show. There was nothing there. Maybe the next show. Because I do like this one, but it kind of looks a bit weird on its own, going round the track. But I'll maybe throw it on later. The evening is young, Cody. Plenty of time still to ban people. Okay, when it comes to favourite trains from the UK, from Scotland, none of them really rang my bell, to be honest. I've got some fond memories of trains, but I wasn't really into model railroading or even rail fanning back in Scotland because they just didn't do it for me. I mean, that's as colourful as you get. Or at least that's as colourful as you used to get when I was a kid. The sort of dark greeny blue with a yellow nose. That was it. Compared to, as soon as I come over to Canada, bam! Colourful, bright, red, white. Bam! Rio Grande, bright yellow. You know what I'm saying? Because everything when I was a kid was British Rail, pretty much everything looked like that. So, when it comes to... Hello, Robert. When it comes to favourites, I would say it's going to be based on fond memories. One of which was, there was a railway station across the road from my house in Glasgow. And I used to use that train to get into Central Station every day when I was working. And it was a regular commuter train of the 70s, 80s. It was kind of like that at the front. See, I don't even know the names of the trains in the UK. But it was only like that much at the front, and then the rest was passenger cars, and then a couple of passenger coaches, and then another end like that. Electric trains. So, and they had those sort of tartan felt chairs. Pretty nasty, but that's just what we grew up with, you know. Hello, Ian. The master of super gearing. Can't believe I didn't understand what you were talking about until it was staring me in the face. Now I know. Horrible, horrible thing. And as other people commented, it's probably ideal for small switchers, but then they have to be really heavy as well, because all you're doing is increasing the torque, you're not increasing the power, right? Right, who have I missed? Who else popped in there? See, this is the thing, when I'm talking I can't really look at the chat. 37 or Deltic. I believe this one is actually a class 24, whatever that is. I don't even know what Deltic is. I know nothing about British trains. Richard, I doubt I will ever get a Rapido. They are so expensive. I mean, they look fantastic, but wow, so much money. And I certainly wouldn't want to be ripping it apart. That would be awful. I would never get it together again. I don't know about that, Robert. I mean, the UK, although most of their locos looked kind of similar, there was a lot of variation and a lot of history and a lot of different small commuter lines, but it's a much smaller country, so you don't have the massive freight trains, you know, like 4 of these hooked together. You basically had 1, maybe 2 diesel locomotives, but they didn't haul that much because the island isn't that big. If the train was too long, it would already be its destination by the time it, you know, got to the end of the platform. Well, not that freight train would be in a platform, but you know what I'm saying. Right, let me read chat. What's DMU? DMU, Daryl. I don't know what DMU is. Okay, Ian. Yeah, I'm just reading Ian's comment. Okay, so the other British diesel locomotive that I've got kind of fondish memories, I don't even know what it is, but it's the one that's got right, if that's the roof line, and then it goes down, and then it's got noses at either side. It's a big boy. Not a big boy, not like, it's a big beast. Anyway, it goes along, down, along like that. Yellow noses, they stick out. Someone with more brain than me will know exactly what I'm talking about. And we used to go visit family friends every other Saturday night, I think it was. And I'd be standing at the station waiting for our train, our little commuter train, and this massive, or it was massive when I was a kid, because I was only like, sorry, I'd need to turn the camera down, but I was pretty small, and we were standing near the edge of the platform, and this massive beast of a diesel would thunder by. I nearly wet myself. It was awesome, but terrifying because it came out of the darkness and the damp drizzle that is Scotland, So I've got memories of that, but I don't know anything about them, that's the thing. So I might try and get one of them. I think they're quite popular. A class 40 apparently, says Durant. I shall look that up. I wonder if I could do it here. I'm going to try something sneaky here. I'm going to go to studio mode, which means I can go into my computer and you don't get to see my whole desktop thing. So you probably see me as normal. I'm going to look for a picture of I think you said it was a class 40, didn't you? Hold on. Google Images. Yes, I do believe you are correct. I will save that image. As a class. Whoops, not letting me do that. Class 40. And then I can import it into my studio. Let's go there. Give me a sec, almost there. Image. Class 40. This is pointless, you all know what I'm talking about anyway, but whatever. I'm almost there now, so give me a second. Local. Images. Class 40. Open. Okay. Well, that's not very good. Aha. Sorry, I've got to shrink this image down a bit before you can see it. And hopefully this will all go swimmingly. Okay, hopefully this transition thing will work. Let me know if you can see it now. Class 40, right. That is what I was talking about though. That would go thundering by and I would wet my pants. What are you saying about me while I'm away? Give me a sec. What did Tim say? Okay, we're good, we're good. Right, so I can transition back seamlessly. Okay, I think that worked. Oh, Tim's got one of them. Okay, well, Tim, when you get bored with it, just send it my way. I'd love to have that. So, I don't know if I should tell you this story. This is kind of one of those stories that it kind of has to be shared, I think. So, when my kids were really small, like maybe nursery school age or less, kindergarten if you're American Canadian, right? We were in a group with not exactly strangers, I can't remember where exactly, but my oldest, who was maybe 5, turns round at everyone and says, "Daddy made my wee man scared." Right, so to give you some context, a wee man is obviously, you know, your wee man. What he was talking about was, right, we used to be into fast cars, Skylines, Subarus and RX-7s, all that kind of thing. And there was this one instance where I was bringing the kids back from nursery school, and there's a sort of hilly road on the way home, and I like to go fast and scare the kids because I'm mean like that. Anyway, there's this one particular part of this hill where you almost take off, and you know, you do that sort of butt clench. When you're really, really young, it's more of a wee man clench. So what he meant was, when I went over the bumps, he would clench up, but that came out as, "Daddy makes my wee man scared." Yes, mortified. Because when he first said it, I didn't actually know what the heck he was talking about. I had to ask him. But everyone in the room was looking at me like, so embarrassing. You can laugh about it now though, right? What did I miss? Does that include the airfares? What's he talking about? No idea. Thankfully, it didn't come up at the wedding. I'm going to change. I'm going to change trains. I think. I'll put one. Someone mentioned Union Pacific. Tell you what, I'll run that SD40 since it's working now, right? And yes, it's an Athearn 6-axle, so hold your breath. Oops. So, I've not run it much since I fitted those gears, so obviously it needs a bit of a thrashing, so let's do that then, eh? We don't know what's going on the mountain there. It's kind of jerky. I think it's just the loco needs a good run. Please don't fall off. Made it. That's the worst part. Alright, Durant, I look forward to seeing that on Facebook. That's the wrong camera. There we go. So this one will be getting... Well, it's definitely getting a DCC and LEDs, but it's whether or not I add sound to it. I've only got 2 sound chips, or sound decoders. They're pretty basic digitracks. I think there's 6 diesel sounds and 6 steam sounds. I think one of them is the EMD or whatever that one is. So it may be okay. Seems to be going okay now, eh? Oh yeah, it does look very, very thin coming down the mountain. The only problem when it's going this fast, it's really hard to keep up. I'll turn it down a wee bit. It needed to burn some carbon off the brushes, I think. It's also very noisy when it's running that fast. So, have you noticed the amount of people that are posting videos about, oh, the hobby's dying, oh, it's the end of the hobby? Bollocks. Bollocks. They're going on about the price of new stuff. That's all they're talking about, is the price of new locos and new freight cars and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's expensive, but when you were a kid and you were starting out, well, let's face it, how many kids do you know or have ever known that have built an actual full-size model railway? You maybe got a set as a kid at Christmas, played with it for a few weeks, got bored, moved on to slot cars or moved on to whatever else. I don't know any kids that's built a model railway, you know, a whole layout, because kids don't have the money, kids don't have the space, and they certainly don't have the skill to build a whole layout. Nothing against kids, but it's something that you learn over time. So when people are going on about, oh, how are you supposed to attract young people into the hobby? Young people aren't interested in the hobby. It's only when you get into your 30s, 40s, I would say, that you kind of show interest, but you still can't really afford it, or you don't have the space. By the time you get into your 50s and 60s, now you get the space and a bit of money. But now, because it's been such a huge gap since you were a kid, everything seems really expensive if you buy a new. But there's plenty of used stuff out there. I'm loving it. I'm not finding a problem building my entire layout with used stuff. Anyway, rant over. Sorry about that. It's just annoying me. Discuss. And another thing. Let me go and grab them. Wherever they are. Those SD40s that I've been adding the new motors to. Oh, by the way. No, I'm not going to tell you. Hold on. Where are they? Right. You see those locos? Those SD40-2s on the right? Let me just take off my prized possession. My big noisy oven. Hold on. Right, this is a $20 loco, guys, right? It runs quieter than the Athearn. And because I've fitted that new motor, it runs really smooth. Okay, it's not running that smooth round the bend because my bends are on a incline all the time and they're 18-inch. I tell you what, let's take it up to the mountain. You'll see what I'm talking about. So for basically $21, you can have a perfectly nice running train. You don't have to spend $200 or $300, right? Okay, so that's a $1 motor that's making it move like that. And it's silent. You see my point? How could you complain for $21? Yes, you could add more detail to it, but it's going over points, by the way, that's why it's a wee bit jerky there, but generally it's super smooth. I'm pretty sure I've got links on the videos for that one, where I got them. AliExpress. It was like, and Armando backed me up, it's like maybe $2.50 for delivery. I bought 20 of them because they were that cheap. Anyway, I have done another 3 installs, but that's not until next week's video. I did 3 in one video. I'm just getting through them really fast. And I do kind of butcher up the chassis, but without the new motor, they kind of run a bit crappy, really jerky. But with the new motor, they're awesome. Okay, so yeah, new rolling stock and locos, $300, right? Roughly, it's nonsense. And then people buy them, and what do? They weather them. So you're hiding all the newness anyway. Much cheaper just to buy an old one, add a wee bit of detail, and weather it yourself. And it looks, I would say it looks just as good. Possibly better, because every one that you do is going to look different from the ones that you buy in the stores. Tim, that video I'm talking about where I did 3 of these SD40s, I think I did all 3 of them in less than 30 minutes. And there wasn't really much editing either. Oh yeah, train shows are the place to be if you want really cheap trains. Absolute peanuts. With eBay, they spend as much in postage as you do the actual local. Sometimes it's better to buy a lot, not a lot, a job lot if you can, but most eBayers just sell them individually. That loco's still moving, by the way. Love it. Right, I'll try one of the other ones that I've done, right? Right, CN version, I think it's the same make. This one needs a bit of a run round first. Let me give it a run round because it's not had much mileage yet. Hello Rebel, welcome along. Better late than never, eh? We're just having a bit of a rant about we're not having a rant about the price of new trains, we're having a rant at the people complaining about the price of new trains. Because that's not what's killing the hobby. There's plenty of trains out there you can buy cheap. If anything, it's iPhones and iPads and tablets that are killing the hobby. It's got nothing to do with the price of new stuff, because kids don't buy new stuff. I feel like I'm on a bit of a high horse here. I'll give this another half a lap and we'll see if it's going to go nice and smooth like the other ones. Hello Jimmy, how you doing? I'm just playing with some very cheap trains. Okay, so that one's not as smooth. It's not as smooth as the last one, so we'll try another one. But they all run pretty good. Hold on a second, I'll put another one on. So this one is actually moving. Albeit very, very slowly, but it needs LEDs because obviously if it's still DC, the light's not going to come up very bright until you get moving. And this one is completely silent. Anyway, I think I've made my point. Don't have to spend a fortune, you just need to Obviously you need a wee bit of technical know-how and a little bit of dexterity in your fingers. Or get some sucker to do it for you. Not me. Ian, don't have any problem getting any locos in Canada from North America. You even get quite a few Brit stuff. There's always one or two British or Hornby type vendors at the train shows here. But no, it's... Some of them are a wee bit harder. Like, I struggled to find the Rio Grande locos that I really wanted. But still, it's still more affordable to get them on eBay in Canada than it would be in the UK to get them shipped over, you know? Didn't like that hill. Oh, that's a wee bit of dead track. I'm going to fix that right now. That's bugging me. Let's see. I think I just need a wee screwdriver. I don't actually understand what's wrong with that section because the join is soldered at both sides. It's weird. Oh well, it's working for now. Rebel, do you have the original gears somewhere then? Like mine, they were in a little envelope in the original box? Because I don't imagine they would be easy to find without having to buy a whole new chassis with trucks, you know? So Robert picked up an Intermountain ET45 ES KCX Southern Bell, brand new for $220 Canadian. That's actually really good. DCC, no sound, but yeah, I imagine that runs really well. So an extra $100, say, to get a nice sound chip. You're getting up there again, aren't you? Hey, good idea, Tim. I look forward to seeing that. Remember to post it in the Facebook group so we all know. Because you guys are like 14 hours in the future, right? Yeah, for my conversion Rebel, I had I replaced 5 gears with 3 gears. So I don't know if 2 gears. It depends on the system, but basically, you saw the video with those tiny little extra idler gears that reverse the direction. So you might need to find another couple of gears. Hopefully not. Yeah, that's running nice now. Managed to get over that strange join problem. Well, Darryl's away. Good night, Darryl. Thanks for joining us tonight. Oh, I have to read Robert's post. He says that there's a place an hour away from me. Don't bother typing it. I'll find it. Oh, I didn't say where it was from. So, Daryl, are you talking about tiny trains or something in St. Catherine's? Because that's the only other one, unless it's Paris. We've got one in Paris, we've got one in Dundas, which is round the corner-ish. And St. Catherine's is the one that I've not been to yet. I might take a wee trip down there this week. Yeah, thanks, Grandpa. I need to get back working on my layout. This is ridiculous. I've been promising to do the mini car stuff. I don't know what it is about getting back into that. Just too busy making stupid train videos, right? Right, I'm going to put on this Bachmann Class 24 with my HST coaches because, you know, it's the closest thing I've got that matches. Maybe take some stuff off the track as well. What is wrong with you? Gremlins. Richard question, do you prefer running trains over switching industries? Not really, but my track isn't good enough to do switching because I would constantly be doing the hand of God thing and then the uncoupling thing. When I do this next layout, I'll have a whole section for industry and for, you know, switching, and I'll have magnetic uncouplers and all that kind of stuff. So I don't really get much enjoyment out of constantly leaning over and uncoupling and coupling and re-railing. It's a pain in the neck. So for the moment, looping, let's call it looping. Looping is what I enjoy at the moment, except when this Chesy, let's see if he makes it around this time. Just above the red loco, he likes to lose power for some weird reason. Which is weird because it's got like... Oh, it's still stuttering. Anyway, I'm going to take that one off in a second. Yikes. So I would really like to get some LEDs in this loco, but I'll need to drill into it. There's no openings for holes for lights, unfortunately. Which is kind of weird because it's a good loco. I forgot to put the power on the track. Up again. Suppose it keeps me fit, all this exercise. Okay, here we go. Class 24. Okay, I was just reading Robert's post there. So I need to go down there and see Scotty because that was a great bargain you got. 150. Broadway Limited AC 600 DCC and sound for 150. That's insane. Yeah, I need some of that. Although I don't have a lot of cash left, I've spent a lot recently. No, Cody, I've not performed any surgery on my little sitting people. Or even my standing people. Done nothing but trains recently. I need to diversify. This one needs to go a bit faster, right? Great thing about this particular loco, it is very heavy. So it could easily pull another 5 of these coaches, I think, without any trouble, I think. Oh, I seem to be picking up a... Right, anyone with DCC, what does SVDA stand for? I don't think that'll reach over. But on the screen it says SVDA and I have to unplug it for that screen to go blank, and then when I plug it back in I can control the train again. But it's obviously a short somewhere, which causes it to kind of crash the system. That music's a wee bit chilled. Let's ramp up a bit. Nope, something else. Don't want to blast your eardrums with the music. I'll turn my speaker up a wee bit. Well, obviously it's an error code, but what does SVD, what is the acronym, what does it mean? Armand, I don't know what that means. If you're talking about sending me locos, you can just hold on to them for now. Unless you're talking about looking up for spares for me, in which case go ahead, that's fine. So, you can probably tell by now that my favourite locos for now are the GPs and SDs, like in the bottom right screen. I'm just loving that style. They're very industrial looking, very detailed. Compared to, I mean, I love the PAs and the F7s and all that kind of stuff, but they're a little bit on the, what's the word? I wouldn't say boring, just a bit sleek. Whereas the likes of the ones down there, with all their handrails and their, yeah, pretty much just handrails. But you know, you get the point. There's a lot more to these locos than there is the likes of the PA1, which I do love. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, the GP, SD, all that style, I really like, and they're completely new to me compared to what I came from in Scotland. You know. If anything, the most similar locos are the F7s types. And even that, we didn't really have anything similar really in the UK. Try to think if there's anything similar. Steam trains, they all look the same, right? Except the ones in the UK have got bigger wheels for some weird reason. Oh, someone's asking a question. Yes, I'm using the MRC Prodigy Express. Okay, thanks, Richard. I think the problem is some of the frogs have lost the paint, you know, at the wee pointy bit. They've lost their black paint, and they're not plastic frogs, they're metal underneath the paint. So I think I need to paint. I did try this before. I tried painting all the wee points black again, but the paint just wears off. So I need I don't know what sort of paint to use. Maybe some sort of rubberized paint that doesn't wear off like the... Obviously acrylic's garbage for that kind of thing. Maybe enamel paint, would that work? I'll just wait patiently for all your thumbs ups or thumbs downs. Thumbs downs, thumb downs, thumbs downs. I don't know. I still can't believe I got a super chat. That was really cool. I'm gonna cherish that, Aaron. Okay, Adrian says nail polish. Well, I need to ask my wife about that. It might have to be red and sparkly, but you know, if it works. I don't. My wife isn't a goth, so she doesn't have any black fingernail polish. Yeah, ask one of my sons for that. Enamel paint. I don't. You know what? I don't think I've got any enamel paint. It's all cheap Dollarama acrylics. Don't know what I'm looking up there. That's just trains. That's not paint. What's everyone else's favourite types of trains then? I mean, my favourite might change next week, but at the moment I love those. What are they? GP 38s, 35s, SD 40s. Yeah, really like them. SD 45 is a good one. I've got two of them. That's a Conrail and the Southern Pacific. They're both SD 45s. So Tim likes steam. Mill Creek likes Jeeps. Oh, hello Mill Creek, didn't see you come in. Okay, I'll maybe just find a little bottle of enamel paint. Doesn't even matter, even if it's clear, it would do. Just... But Tim, you've got a TGV. That's pretty modern. I'm still narrowing down my favourite types. I love looking at steam trains with all their wheels going and their bar things, and I'm so technical, but their piston rods, I don't know what they're called, but I do like seeing that, which obviously you don't see on electrics and diesels. So Rebel, I would love to do part of the layout with the overhead wiring for electric trains. Oh, so much work. Oh my goodness. It would look awesome though, right? But I was at the last train show and I was looking for some European stuff, some Fleischmann and Deutsche Bahn and all that kind of stuff. Didn't see any at the last train show, which is really frustrating because 2 train shows ago there was an SNCF silver and orange loco train set that I remember as a kid, you know, in real life, and it was like $100, and I was like, no, I'm not into that. And now I wish I'd got it because I would have loved that set, and it was HO as well, so it would have looked quite good. Fairbanks Morris diesel locos. I need to look that up, and I need to look up a GG1. Don't get me wrong, I still absolutely love my PA1 Delaware and Hudson. Tell you what, I got this for, I think it was maybe $30 and maybe $20 for the B unit, which is a dummy. So $50 for the set. Try and find them on eBay for less than like $80 now, it's crazy. So that was a good purchase. It's got a basic DCC decoder in it, so that's nice, and it's got its wee LEDs. Very, very handsome beast. Pride of place on my shelves. What's the other one? Nickel Plate Railroad. which is a sort of darker blue and white, I believe. They're quite nice as well, the PA ones. But again, silly money. Right, I need to go and look up whatever a GG is. Is it class GG? No, GG1. Right, hold on a sec. I'll look that up. I will switch to studio mode so you don't see what I'm up to. GG-1. Oh, that's interesting. It's a kind of push me, pull me type thing. Let's find a nice picture for everyone. Let's go with... Oh, that's a good one. Pennsylvania jobby. Right, now I know how to do this. So we go to... Nope, I've forgotten. Oh yeah, I remember. Disk. Add. Image. This is funny, you all know what they're talking about. I'm the only one that has to look it up and get a picture. But maybe there's the odd person that doesn't know. So, I need to shrink it down again, because it's an idiot. Just fit to screen. Okay, that'll do. Right, so, GG1. Wait a minute, you said you get how many of these? 31 of these. That's just greedy. So Robert says model railway, model rail world in Niagara Falls. Sorry, there's just so much tech going on here. What did he say? Model rail world Niagara Falls might have Europeans some stuff for sale second hand. Is that Niagara Falls Canada or Niagara Falls USA? Is it this side or the other side of the river? In fact, Rebel, is nickel plate not the only PA that's been restored? Is that not the only one left? I remember watching a little video on that and it looked amazing, but it was just going kind of back and forward. They're in the middle of restoring it. But I think that might be the only one left. Okay, Robert says it's in Canada. Right, I need to look that up. Model Rail... Oh my goodness, my memory. Model Rail World, Niagara Falls. I will look that up later. Might be going on a wee road trip. Yeah, there's another GG1 fan there, Jim. Smoothest running loco he has. Very nice. Okay, one more lap for my Class 24 and we will throw something else on, right? Model Train World, okay, no problem. Okay, Ian, I'm going to have to look that up because I'm pretty sure it was a nickel plate road that they were restoring. I will put you on that and look that up. Studio. Right, just so you know, studio mode means that I can switch from all the screens you see and it duplicates it so that you see all the screens and I can play with the other screen and kind of queue up what's going to be on next, and then when I'm happy with what's going to be displayed I hit transition and it slides that over. It's pretty cool, but I'm only just getting to grips with it because you'll see a lot of people showing when they do instructional videos with their desktop and they have to go through installation and then they might have to put their password and all that kind of stuff. If they're doing that live, you don't want obviously the whole world to see what you're inputting. So you do this studio mode thing and you can delay what people say. Enjoy your coffee, Rebel. I'll be here. I'll be here for a while. Right, let me go find what I was looking for there. Right, studio mode. And I will look for Nickel Plate Road PA-1 and see if I was right. And of course I was right. Of course I was. Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, I need to show you this. Let's call that Nick. Wait till you see this. You're going to love this. Well, I love it. Not forcing you to love anything. Going to end up with a slideshow at this rate. Are you ready? Oh, I need to enlarge it a bit. Not that one. And go. There we go. Isn't that gorgeous? Don't know what happened to the music, but hey, whatever. What have I done to the music? I think I've broken something. Oh, it's back. Studio mode. Getting used to it, right? So I've seen a few of them on eBay. Those PA ones. They're just ridiculous. They want like $70 just for a shell. It's nonsense. Aaron, I'm using OBS Studio, and it is really good. The only thing I've not figured out yet is how to easily get a guest in, because I would like to get a guest in, have a chat. It's much easier to do a live stream when you get someone to bounce off your dad jokes with, right? Otherwise I'm waiting 20 seconds to get a response to everything I say. Ian, I thought you said you didn't get a PA1 in nickel plate. I'm so confused. So Ian said, Nickel Plate Road, don't think ever had PA1s. The PA1 was a DH, which used to be Santa Fe. And then he says, I've got an Athearn PA1 in nickel plate livery. Do you mean in real life you don't think they had one? So you think that picture I showed you was a restoration with a new nickel plate livery? Is that what you're saying? Because it's absolutely gorgeous. And it moves under its own steam. But I'm not going to try and get a video of that just now. That sounds like way too much work. Tell you what, have you noticed how reliable this train is? We've not had one problem. No derailments. Absolutely perfect. Backman branch line. And all those coaches, never have a problem with the coaches. It's very nice. I can almost guarantee we're going to get a derailment within 30 seconds. Or one of the coaches is going to lose its coupling. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put on the Virgin coaches just to see if it makes a difference to how this loco pulls it around the track. I was going to put on the dummy unit, but the wheels are a bit stiff, so let's not bother. Anyway, doesn't make any difference. It's easily pulling. What's that? 7 coaches, no problem at all. Tim, they are all 00, which is frustrating because it's harder to get 00 gauge coaches here. In fact, anything 00. Not possible, but the HO scale are tiny compared to the 00. Good night, Armand. I'll catch you on Facebook. Oh yeah, Tim, this is such a great hauler. He's barely slowed down with those extra 2 coaches, and that's kind of this is the hardest bit of the track, where it has to go up the hill, turn right, turn left, and it's barely slowing down. Really heavy loco. Definitely the top 10 of all the locos I've got. Really heavy, really smooth, really quiet. It's brilliant. But it needs more suited coaches. These ones are a bit new for it. It needs to be the more dull, greenish, bluish type ones, I think. Or lots of 00 freight, but I've only got like 5. Brian gave me the Loco. He also gave me about 5 or 6 freight cars, but it's the tiny British ones, and it'd be about as long as 2 coaches, you know. Oh, night Ian, thanks for dropping by. A neighbourhood trolley, that would be awesome. Yeah, I like the sound of that. Oh, hello, Anissa Bradley. I don't know when you were last here, but I've done absolutely nothing to the layout. I've just been playing with trains. Oh, there's Papa John Trains. How you doing? Welcome aboard. Rebel found a screenshot of the one used in Mr. Rogers' neighbourhood. What's he talking about? Oh, right, the neighbourhood trolley. Right, okay. Sounds interesting. I don't know who Mr. Rogers is. Must be an American thing, right? GP7? I need to now look up what GP7 looks like. Give me a sec. Back into studio mode. Let's see. GP7. GP7. Okay, so it's kind of like the GP9, I guess, or GP18. That's a nice one. Oh, tiny picture. Let me find a big picture. Oh, that's a cracker. Oh, they're all tiny pictures. Give me a big picture, for goodness sake. You know, I'm finding there's a problem finding old pictures and videos of all these trains because they were just tools back then. You know, there wasn't as huge interest as there is now in the old stuff. So people weren't standing by the tracks and filming, and if they were, it was an old cine cam. So it would have looked rubbish and it would have been square and grainy. It is unfortunate though that we missed the opportunity to record all these things. Partly because we didn't really care, and partly because the technology for recording things back then just was obviously not as good as it is now. We need to actually find some... We need to find old footage that can be upscaled or, you know, digitized. I'm surprised there isn't more of that, to be honest. Thought there'd be more people into bringing it back to life, so to speak. Right, is this a big picture? Okay, this will do. I don't know what road, what do you call it? Road name, company. Anyway, I don't know what it is. So this is a GP7, you said? Yeah, GP7. Right, let me bring this up. Try not to break it this time. Add image GP7. Working on it. Give me a sec. Nearly there. GP7. And shrink you down. Okay. GP7, apparently. What's it got against playing music at this bit? It's very frustrating. So that's very similar to the GP... No, the GP9's got a rounded or more rounded... No, similar. You know what it is. So, I'm getting used to the studio mode thing. Who just came in? Andy Dobson. How you doing? Welcome along. Anyone else sneak in? Anissa Bradley says, last time I tuned in you were building a walkway, trail and monument. Oh wow, that was a while ago. I've not really done much since then, to be honest. I kind of get stuck on buying broken trains and try to fix them up. Yeah, I've noticed even in Scotland and in the UK, Scotland, England, Ireland, Wales, Northern Ireland, there's a lot more people standing next to trains taking film. I think people were a wee bit embarrassed to bring out a camera in public until fairly recently. Now it's just normal, everyone walks about with a camera filming stuff. So you don't have people kind of doing the whole "Hello mum" as they walk behind you nonsense that they used to do because, you know, 5 minutes of fame. It's just the norm now to walk about filming things. Right, Rebels get 2 of the old Athearn Blue Box B&O GP7s, runs a tiny bit rough but feels like a bull. I'm sure you could tune that up a little bit. Right, time to change train. Anyone got a preference? If you know what I've got, of course. Hello Randall, welcome along. Hey Randall, were you at the Amherst show? I'm sure you were. Was it good? Did you get anything nice? Good night, Aaron, and thank you very much for your super chat. Very much appreciated. Unlike all these freeloaders, just watching for free. I'm just kidding. Kinda. No, seriously. I appreciate you just tuning in. Well, if no one suggests a train... Wait, green... Oh, Tim wants the 6060, which is fine because it's one of the best runners I've got. Right, bear with me. Right, what have I missed? So Randall didn't go to Amherst. Oh well. Maybe next year, Randall. I dare you to do a live stream, Tim. Dare you. See what happens, shall we? Who else is doing a live stream tonight, Tim? I didn't get any notifications. I think we're all lucky, Tim, that you don't know how to, and I'm certainly not going to help you. Let's see. I was thinking about doing a Wednesday stream, but it's finding a day that it isn't flooded with streamers, you know. Right, let me change trains. Well, I feel honoured that you're here with us, Papa John's. Right, how long before we get a derailment? Actually, to be fair, this loco is usually pretty good. It's just whether or not the couplers stay attached. I totally understand, Randall, but there's so many people streaming that it's really hard not to step on toes, unfortunately. I might need to put a DCC chip in this one and get some sound on it. But this time I would probably install it in the tender. A bit more room, much easier. All I have to do is run some power from the pickups of the loco. I would also need to install an LED in the front. But I would have more space to put the stuff, you know. Yes, it's a very handsome set, Tim, isn't it? It's looking very busy in that corner. I thought the train was going to hit everything else, but no, thankfully I switched it the right way. I also need to put some lighting in these coaches, but as I mentioned before, if you weren't here, ordered some strip lighting from AliExpress, like two, what's it, 10-meter rolls of the stuff. See, I had no idea how the strip lighting worked. I was talking to Armand the other day. So it comes in a roll, you've got the little strips, and I think it's maybe every 3 LEDs, there's a little line with scissors, and you can cut it. And I thought, well, how am I going to work out the resistors required? But apparently each tiny LED has got its own resistor, so you can just hook it straight up to 12, 14 volt or whatever, and it will work. As long as you cut it at the cut line, solder onto the right points, it should be good. It just sounds so much easier. I mean, that one I did with the Burgundy coaches, I had, what, 10 individual LEDs, all wired in series, and then I didn't even need resistors because I had so many bulbs. It was just such a pain. So this should be much easier. I'll try and do a nice, easy to follow video for that when I get them. Because yeah, that's all this needs. If I'm not going to go DCC, I will at least get some lighting in the coaches. I think it'll make a big difference. And get some capacitors and stay alive stuff as well, you know. Oh, Randall, it's blown me away. This is the first one I bought at a train show. It was I think it was actually $80, which is more than I've spent recently. But it's a Mehano. It came as a Christmas set, and it's one of the best running trains I've got. It's phenomenal because normally Mehanos are a wee bit, a wee bit dodgy, but this one, it's so nice and quiet as well. And it crawls along just lovely, but it does need an LED, and I've ordered some warm white light LEDs, because that would look much nicer than a bright white one. Dodgy bit of track there, as you can see, that's why it's quite so jerky. But generally that crawls really nice. Wow, there must be a massive gap up there that's rocking the coaches. You can see it right in the middle there. I need to adjust that. Alright Tim, I didn't realise, I thought I had to get a bridge rectifier and all that nonsense. So it's just a capacitor, excellent. Presumably I wire in the capacitor where the power's coming and then it goes to the lights. Obviously it has to go that way so it reduces the power, or it takes the power and holds the power as it comes in. Okay, excellent. I'll see if I can grab some of them off of AliExpress as well. That is because this is the hardest part of the track for the trains to get up, because it's gone up the hill, round the bend, and then doing a wee S-bend here. See how slow I can go around here. Oh, that's about as slow as I can go. It's not bad for an 18-inch radius, come on. Off you go. You know, that's funny you say that, Rebel, because this is the only Mehano I've got that's quiet. All the other ones are those SD40s that I put the $1 motors in. But maybe the Mehanos have got completely different motors in their steam engines. Because I'm really tempted to get the other, what is that, a 482? They do other 482s and 462s in those train sets they sold at Christmas. So I'm going to try and grab another one, but a black one this time, because this is the second one of these I've got, and I've got a feeling if Peter, the guy I got these from, is at the next show. Look at that, looks like I need a Chinese meal. If he's at the next show, he's probably going to bring a third 6060, and I'll probably buy that as well. Oh, Jim, this is what changed my mind about steam trains. Because it looks great, runs great, pulls great, no complaints. Right, I've got a question. I want to get one of those little cube video, those cube Wi-Fi cameras for the trains to run around the track. And I've been looking and looking, and they all seem to be a bit crap quality-wise. It looks really grainy. I can't actually find a good quality one, even if I had the money for one. Has anyone got any experience with Wi-Fi, tiny Wi-Fi spy cameras that you can fit on your loco to ground the track that actually looks decent? I don't care about sound, as long as the image quality is good and it's at least 30 frames per second. Okay, good to know, Rebel. Oh, Sidetrack says they're all crap. Oh well. Yeah, I mean they were like $40 to $50, which isn't a huge amount of money for a Wi-Fi camera. But if it's crap quality, then that's just a waste of $40 or $50, right? It has to really be at least as good as these budget cameras I've got. But these aren't moving. It's when you start moving a camera, it starts losing its quality. I need to go get a drink, I'll be back in a sec. So Chris from GVO, Go Via or Go Home, Go Via or Go Home, he posted up a teaser video of a little train camera, but he's not posted the whole thing yet. And it looks way more complicated than just the little square thing, so it's probably really expensive. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it looks and how much he had to spend to get it. Not necessarily, Tim, because even if the ones have got the ones that had the micro SD card, even the recording was grainy and crap. So the Wi-Fi had nothing to do with it at that point. Yes, it would have something to do with it for streaming, for the frame rate and everything. But oh wait a minute, I keep forgetting to remove that weird song from my playlist. What was I saying? Yes, it's the frame rate is important in the camera. It has to be at least 30. All these cameras I've got are 30 frames per second, which is kind of the minimum. And as you can see, it's not exactly super smooth. I would rather 60 frames per second. But then you start getting problems with buffering and lag. Oh wait, Sidetracks. GoPro. Yeah, but GoPros are pretty big. And I don't actually think the GoPro would get through my bridge. You know? And also my mountain section there, the rail is really close to those rocks. And I think a GoPro might hit it. You know what I'm saying? Well, Cody, that's really helpful, thanks. You keep searching for that, please. Oop, excuse me, hiccups. I do have a tiny little camera, but it's not small enough and I have to mount it sideways, and also it's not Wi-Fi. I wonder if I've got it lying about here. Oh, ouch. That camera is so tiny I can't find it. Need to tidy up. This is a disgrace. Oh, by the way, you know how I've been using the new Labelle clear grease gel? This stuff here. Which is really great. But that tiny bottle there was like $15. Absolute nonsense. So someone suggested, oh, get yourself some super lube. I thought, oh, what's this? So I looked it up. Look at this. I got a tube of super lube, which looks pretty much exactly the same as that. It's clear, it's synthetic, slightly bigger, $15. I've not used it yet because it's got a gigantic hole at the top. So I need to use like a toothpick or something just to use to what's the word? Not disperse, but you know, night and day. $15 Amazon, free delivery with Amazon Prime, so hopefully that will last forever. Anyway, whoever it was suggested it, thank you very much. If you're even in the chat, if you're not and you watch it on later, thank you very much. I got a terrible memory for names, so I can't remember who it was. No, it's not. It's not KY jelly. That's in the bathroom. Yeah, I suppose I could decant it into a little syringe. That makes sense. Like, in fact, once that runs out, I could take the top off. Oh, apparently not. Apparently that's sealed on. But yeah, something like that. I could squidge it into that, and that's got a nice little needle tip. That would work well. Actually, if the gel squeezes through that, I'm sure it would. Oh, I was going to talk about something else there with cameras and stuff. To be honest, my layout's not good enough. I mean, what are you going to see? A bunch of empty track? Once I actually do the layout, it would be worth getting a camera. But for the moment, it's just a gimmick. And probably make people feel sick, because people always drive their trains too fast with those wee cameras. There was one I watched earlier today, and everyone was complaining it was just going too fast. Which is a shame, because it wasn't a bad quality, but still not great. Oh yeah, I was trying to find my wee GoPro thing. Okay, I've given up looking for that. It could be anywhere. Okay, I think it's almost time for another train. I don't know, I can run them whenever I want. Oh, Adrian's away. Good night, Adrian. Rebel is back. Actually, you know what? Sometimes it's nothing to do with the camera. It's a lot to do with light. Cameras have to work really hard in low light situations. For example, I'll switch the lights off. Don't get too excited, just briefly. Switch that one off. Tell you what, these cameras are really good, considering I've only got one light on. Obviously not in front of me, but the one behind me. That's the only light on in the room. Let me switch that off and you'll see how instantly dark it goes. Well, these cameras are surprisingly good. Okay, I'm just trying to make a point here. So, generally, let's look at the top left camera, which doesn't have a lot of light. It instantly goes grainy because the camera's compensating for the lack of light. So people who are running dimly lit layouts are going to struggle with a decent quality on their cameras. Above my head, I have got 4 sets of 7 LEDs. Let me show you. Wow, it's brighter than the sun up there. So I've got a massive amount of light in my layout, and that's kind of what you need for good camera picture. Oh, Colin's away. Good night, Colin. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, thanks for the tips, Tim. Tim's Tips Tuesday. There we go. There's a title for your Tuesday videos. Just the tip though, Tim, right? Just the tip. Whoops, it's getting a bit late for that. Actually, it's getting just right for that kind of talk. Can't believe there's still 19 people in here. This is nonsense. I just wanted to run some trains, chat with friends, you know. But it's time for a new train on the track. All I'm going to say is sausage up a close. There we go. Probably only get that if you're from Scotland. Right, next train. I shouldn't have said that. Good old D&H. Let's find some coaches for it. You don't need to see an empty chair. There we go. I have to come back to the chair because I have a question. Randall is asking, what do you think about Scale Train's announcement of the GP40? First of all, didn't see it. I have watched some Scale Train's documentaries. I watched the one where they were doing the Union Pacific, you know, the big turbine diesel-y thing. Amazing. They put a lot of effort into their stuff. But it's kind of out of my budget for the moment, so I don't generally watch these new announcement type things. I'm still at the buy the cheap crap from train shows stage. So give me a couple of years and I might actually pay attention to the announcements. Right, train. Well, I suppose I could view it a different way, Randall. I could look at the announcements and think, I might be able to afford that in 5 years at a train show. We'll see. I might start putting money aside for a special once a year extravaganza. We'll see. Although I do really need to work in my layout a bit more. Okay, let's see if we can get this thing going without derailments and uncoupling for the first time this evening. Okay, wish me luck. Where are we? What am I doing? Why is there no power? For goodness sake. Somebody forgot to switch it to DCC. Right, let's try that again. I can hear a derailment already. Oh, it's the B unit. Behave. Wow, it actually corrected itself. First time ever. A wee bit fast there. Let's change your speed step down a bit, or up a bit. There we go. You know, that's something else I didn't manage to get at the last train show. I had planned to get just generic silver passenger coaches that I could decal up for this. Didn't find any, or at least not at a reasonable price. Because all they need is a thick blue stripe and a thin yellow stripe at either side. But all these coaches are all from different road numbers, you know what? I can't think of the phrase. What is the phrase for a railway company or a railroad company? Nah, can't think. Someone put me out my misery, will you? Having a disco in that coach. Line? Is it road name? Different line? Let's call it lines. road names. Livery. Livery, I'm comfortable with the livery. So I want to get just generic silver coaches, but they all have to be the same. These are all, actually, one of them's plastic, the other two are metal. I think the one with the lights is a metal one. So a nice weight on them. And I've got my LED light strips coming, so yeah, a set of maybe 5 that I can paint up to match the Delaware and Hudson would be really nice. And I keep getting told about the Walthers passenger coaches are the best. Well, budget friendly best, you know. So I'll maybe have to invest in a set of them. Because it makes a huge difference, especially when it comes to the trucks. And metal wheels and all that kind of thing. So keep my eyes peeled for that. Oh, hiccups. Sidetracks, I have not been to Princess Auto for ages. Yeah, I know they've got rows of the lights, but I don't know if each LED is individually resistored. The stuff I've ordered, every single LED's got a resistor, so it doesn't matter if I power 1 or 20, they're not going to blow. Just a simple positive negative wire and it should work. But we'll see. And it was pretty cheap. I think I got a roll of 10 meters for like $5 or something crazy. It was nonsense pricing. I mean, I need to wait till next Christmas to get them delivered, but you know, a couple of weeks should be here. I'll start putting LED strips and everything. I need to change out the headlight LEDs. They're too bright, or put more resistors in. Change them to maybe a warm white rather than the icy white. Depends on the loco. I like the GPs, the Jeeps having LEDs, you know, bright white LEDs, but the older F series need something a little bit less garish. That is a very good point, Richard, because let's see. It doesn't really matter with the LEDs with DCC. I was thinking more for flashing lights. I wanted flashing red lights at the back of some of the coaches, but you can't really do that with DCC because it's an AC current and it will just be on all the time. I need to put all sorts of electricity in to stop it from being constant on. But for DC running, it should be okay. No, DC's got another problem because LEDs are directional. I'd need to fit, I could just kind of do a crossover wire thing. Yeah, that is a problem with running DC and DCC when it comes to LEDs. Oh, it's a brain melt. It's horrible. I'll figure it out, one step at a time. Okay, Sidetrack says any row he has is an individual resistor. Okay. Wow, okay, Cody, have a look, let me know how much you would want. I don't mind painting them. We'll see. See what the price is like. After all your abuse, should be cheap. Hall effect switch or red switch? Okay. I'm having a bit of an information overload here. Just chill out. There's only so much this small brain can handle. Have you noticed? So far, no derailments or uncoupling. This has been great. At least I don't think so. Many should I have? 3 coaches, 1B unit. Yep, still there. Awesome. Still one of my favourites. It's taken a lot to beat this one. Papa John says February 4th train show, Medina, Ohio. I need to look up where that is because we went to visit some friends in Ohio. Where were they? North of Columbus. And it wasn't that far, it was only maybe 4 hours. Certainly closer than it was to get to Amherst. That's why I didn't go to Amherst, because it was going to be an 8-hour drive. Oh, one in Mansfield as well. Nice one. I don't think we've got any until March in Ontario, which is... Oh, wait a minute, there's one in Barrie. I don't know when that is, though. Wow, there's Lee. 3:17 in the morning. Goodness. What are you doing up so late, or are you up early? Lee has got a channel called Anfield Road Layout in the Loft. Go and check him out. Big supporter of my channel. Always watches my videos. Thank you very much, Lee. Much appreciate that. Oh, I was a wee bit premature with that camera. So we are going to give it another 10 minutes. I think 4 hours is plenty long enough. And thank you for sticking with me. All 23 current viewers. So I think maybe one more train. If anyone's desperate to see something going round. We've still got a lot of Canadian National, Canadian Pacific, Union Pacific, and maybe a couple of Santa Fe's that I've not run tonight. And make sure you tune in to tomorrow's video and you'll get to see my very special purchase, which is in screen right now, if I can remember the loco number. Let's go Loco 95. Oh, D&H, out the way. I'm trying to show off my new toy. Anyway, you may see something new right there. I love that light. It's supposed to do that, by the way. It's so cool. And of course, that. And this. It's so cool. I absolutely love this thing. And I think you're going to be shocked at everything about this particular loco. Man, this has got to be one of my favourite purchases I've ever made. Anyway, you need to see that on the video tomorrow. Yeah, Cody, it's got everything. It's got everything. And it's not been... The volume hasn't been pumped way up and everything's just right. Whoever owned this before knew their... what's that word? Prototypicalness. Because they really got it spot on. And I might actually model future sound decoders on how this has been set up. Although I don't think my decoder can read CV values, it can only set CV values, so I can't look at the values of that loco. Anyway, we'll talk about that some other time once you've actually seen the mail call tomorrow, because it's a huge surprise for me. Nightly, thanks for dropping by. Oh, what's an RS3? What does that look like? Now I have to look up RS3. I'll do it later. We've only got 2 minutes. And actually, we've got 7 minutes. Is that time? Yeah. Let's look up Alco RS3. Give me a second. I'll switch over to studio mode so you don't snoop my PC. Alco RS3. That is very similar to... Maybe it's an RS3 I've got, actually. Let me just get rid of that studio mode for now. Where is it? Oh, it's way over there. Back in a sec. Is it like that? Choo-choo. Is it similar to that? No, Tim, the CSX isn't supposed to move in at the moment. That was just a teaser for tomorrow. Yeah, Mr. Sidetrack, I don't think my controller has the capability of that. I don't think I can go beyond 15 functions on this thing. It's got like preset functions up to 15. Like 15's away down there. 14's like up here. But this new loco I've got is like 25 functions and I can't seem to get access to them, unfortunately. Okay, Rebel, thanks for that. Yeah, I'll get into the GMRI thing at some point. There's a lot to learn with hooking it up to your PC and everything. And I've got so many different aspects of this hobby I'm trying to do all at once, you know. I'll throw another DCC train on just now since I don't have to mess with the power. Let's go with this little guy. He's quite well behaved. Since we're talking about this style of loco. I don't know what this is. Is it an 18? You can usually tell by the roofs, right? Oh, it looks very similar to the blue one. It's very similar to that one, isn't it? Similar but not the same, right? Joe, are you a channel member? Because I thought I'd set that to channel members only. You know, for a preview thing. Or do you have it maybe under a different name? That's why I'm not recognising you. Right, which way round does this go? Does this go nose front? Or that way? Is it long nose front to go forward or what? I'm still waiting. I'm going to go long nose forward. Oh, thank you, Joe. Thank you. So it's not broken then. I appreciate your membership, Dom. Oh, let me look and see if there's a... See if it's got an F. Need my Gregory Pecs. Yeah, I'm not seeing an F, but there is a brake wheel on that end. Or the brake wheel's not usually at the back. Tim says long to the front. We're taking votes on this. These wee handrails come out. Definitely no F to be seen. Okay, well, we've got 1 for short forward and 2 for long. But Sidetrack says CP usually ran short forward, and that's quite specific, so I'm going to go Canadian Pacific, long nose, front, that way. No, short nose front. Short nose forward. Oh, for goodness sake. Jim says long front. I don't know what to do. I feel bad now because Sidetrack says CP usually ran it short nose forward, and it's got a horn at both sides, so that doesn't help me either. I'm gonna go short front. I just think it looks better. Okay. If this one ever gets out the way, goodness. Move along, move along. And I believe he is number 46 on my controller, hopefully. Let's start with a light. There we go. Off you pop. Off you go. Come on then. Well, even the other one stopped as well. What's going on? Sapping all the power out of my power supply, that's what it is. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Why is the Delaware and Hudson stopped? Oh, off he goes now. Gee. Right, slow down again. Jeez. Okay, anyway, this is the last 5 minutes, guys. What an ordeal! I think the whole point of those type of locos is they're designed to go either way, you know? Hence why they've got the windows at the sides. So it's really just whatever job they were doing that way would dictate which direction they were going. I'm just going to slow down my PA1. He seems to be in a bit of a rampage. No crashes. We've done pretty well not to have any crashes tonight. Okay, good. Right, mountain. Oh, just missed it. Dang. Randall's leading. Good night, Randall. Thanks for joining us tonight. I could have sworn there was a train coming down that hill. Oh, he's just really slow. Oh, Richard's away as well. Sorry, Richard, didn't see you leaving. Oh well. CC Skater 100. Where have you been hiding? We're just about to finish. Need to watch all and repeat. Oh, get a move on, little switcher. Goodness sake. Well, that was close. Believe it or not, he didn't actually bump him there. It was close though. Yikes. Like a mouse running away from a cat. A very slow mouse. Anyway, thank you for joining me this evening. Hopefully you don't all have work early in the morning and you've got enough time for some sleep, if you do. He's gone too fast now. Well, I've got a massive amount of tidying up to do because every time I put a train down and then take it off in the track, it's just lying about. As you can probably see by the town view, well, it'll be a town one day. Just a massive pile of trains now lying about. You're welcome. What a mess. Oh, back in the shelves, back in the boxes. But that's it for tonight. Oh, and we've got a user error again. This is a downside to DCC. You don't get this problem with running just DC. These constant shorts errors. I mean, it's to protect your decoders, right? But DC, just turn up the volume. If something falls off, just put it back on. Don't have to reset systems. So, swings and roundabouts. Anyway. Thanks for dropping by, everyone. Take care. I'll maybe see you next week. I really need to have a dedicated night so that I don't just surprise everyone. Or like Tim turns up 2 hours late, you know, because he didn't get the notification apparently. And there's Greg Dean. Greg, I've already ran all your stuff. I ran the well, when I say your stuff, the stuff that you kindly gifted to me. First loco I had running was the SD45. And then I've ran the steam train with the Louisville and Kentucky coaches. They did not behave tonight. I didn't run the Rio Grande F7 things you gave me yet, but it's been a long night. It's been 4 hours, so. And John Parker just got here. What is going on with the notifications? Or were you just busy watching other people's streams, you bunch of splitters? Anyway, it is time to say good night. Take care. I'm still reading the chat. Don't want to miss anything. Greg, I had a really good look at around that whole loco. I didn't see any lettering, front or back. So, which is weird because it is a decent one. It's an Atlas, I believe. It should have more detail than that. Okay, folks. So Sidetracks was wrong. After all that, I took your side. Against all the other people, I took your side, and now you're saying you were wrong. At least you admitted it. Right, go to bed. I'm tired. Oh, Tim just messed me up there saying he get notified at 11 AM, but he's, you know, in future world in Australia. Okay, night all. Thanks for watching. See you soon.